Hello, hello. And here we are. For, of course, more Elden Ring, just like probably everybody else. And we're gonna get right to it. So remembering back, we just took out the first... I don't remember what they called them. The first real major boss. Held the rune, the greater rune, and we have taken it. And apparently we've gained access to this room.
You've done well.
This is the finger reader.
The finger reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble.
That's weird.
To welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
They're literal fingers. That's freaking weird.
Ring, root of the golden order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden ring.
Thank you.
Another of its kind, to become Elden Lord and restore the golden order. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Okay. I will keep that in mind.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession.
Yes, it has.
Gods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters.
It feels like something they took out of Sekiro. Because previously they had the greater souls that you could use, but Sekiro had the remembrances, which increased your attack. I feel like this is the same sort of idea there. Except they turn them into weapons and stuff in this.
And you, tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Take what? About great runes.
Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess, Queen Marika. She who is vessel of the Elden Ring, tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak. The greater
You say so.
has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads.
It's the same thing she just said. I'm not paying enough attention.
Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
With the Power of Remembrance menu. You can draw out the Power of Remembrance's namesake. Each remembrance can provide one power. Once that power is claimed, the remembrance will be lost. And they apparently come in 2 flavors. Well, we've got an Axe of Godric, which we will never ever be able to use, and a Grafted Dragon, which requires Faith to use, which similarly we will never be able to use. Which, of course, begs the question if we even want to use this, and we could just consume it for like 20,000 souls, which kind of feels like maybe the way to go. Because this character does not need either of those things. Boom. 20k. With that 20k, rather than levels, I think maybe I'm gonna go pick up some of the stone sword keys that this pair of individuals is selling. Because that sure would be nice to be able to just open things. That's a bunch of stone sword keys we have now. Great.
You've received the wisdom of the 2 fingers, have you not?
Sure
Then
have.
I bid you welcome as a true member of the Round Table. I am known as Gideon Ofnir, as a tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. I am accumulating knowledge to be all-knowing. You now belong to a select group of fellows. As such, I ask that you remain constant.
Okay.
You'll be after more great runes now, eh?
Absolutely.
Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors of the great runes, the Shard Bearers. We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them.
Oh, wow.
Including the one you defeated. Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. General Ratagan, who fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the
Volcano Manor.
Gelmir.
Well then.
Mordot, the Grace-Given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, ruler of Rhea Lucaria's Academy. You'll
Academy.
still be after more great runes, won't you?
Is a lot. Oh. All right, we'll come back to that. All right, so let's rather than immediately using the rest of those to level, let's quickly pop over to the various merchants that I know of and make sure that we've bought kind of all of the things that we want. Let's sort of clear out all of these permanent things that we need to purchase so we don't have to worry about them and remember where they are.
Always a pleasure.
Okay. Okay, it looks like we got it all here. This place is clear of permanent things, I think. No, it's not this one. There's like a... This one had a merchant. I just recently went over there to discover this place. I don't think he had anything really of notable value to purchase, however. He was... Where were you? Oh no, you didn't have a merchant. You had that lady. That's... Where was that merchant that I found? Maybe it was this one. I feel like there was another one down this way as well, but I don't have an immediate waypoint there. I don't want to do too much roaming around while I'm carrying a bunch of runes. That's not ideal. I can't remember where all of these merchants were sitting. Maybe it wasn't over here. Did I actually go here? Ooh, that was precarious feeling. Can I don't trust myself to get those remains without flopping over the side. Oh, you're still chasing me. Okay, no, I was definitely not over here before. Okay, okay. What in the world? I do not recall where all of the merchants are. Perhaps he was on the road to the castle that we were at. Maybe that's where he was. Well, now that we're over here, we might as well find another grace to make sure we have a waypoint to get around. Oh, there's one. Oops. On another subject, this flask of Wondrous physic still remains in the 3rd Church of Marika, north of the Mistwood. Cross the highway bridge and follow the animal trail north. Is this the highway bridge? Then north? Let's see if we can't find that. That seems something valuable. So many different things that we could be doing. I kind of keep getting distracted, but tons of options.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kennethite, servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Oh, earthly, grant me succor.
I don't know which one's yelling, but before we do that, we gotta go use these runes and level. We can't be running around with 9k runes. That's just irresponsible. Also, I should memorize this spell. I don't know if I'll ever really use that spell, but okay, let's get our dexterity up a little bit. I learned that dexterity does in fact increase spell casting speed, as well as I want to get it to a point where it's sort of supporting at least a moderate selection of weapons. There are a few interesting weapons that I could be using, but I need more dexterity. Ow. Ow. These guys are pretty frail. Stop hollering. I'm getting there.
Rescuing the great Kennethite, servant to the true order and celebrated
Is he up top?
repudiator of the false. Oh, Urtry, grant me succor. Hello?
That you, my bro?
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kennethite.
Well, you sure do talk a lot.
You've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but no, the help is very much appreciated.
You jerk.
Even from a tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Height.
Can't say I have.
Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, the Untarnished. I would have a boon of you.
Oh, would
I
you?
want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. A knight commander from Stormvale took it. A fool, and plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood.
Uh-huh. Okay. I guess I'll keep that in mind.
What are you waiting for? A kiss goodbye?
Preferably
My
not.
fort lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. Take it back for me. Oh, I see. You wish to know the reward.
Yeah, you think?
Not. The great Kenneth Height is known for his considerable largesse.
Is he?
Celebrations will be lavish indeed upon the dawn of my fort's retrieval.
You know, that's not very specific. But when have we ever required specificity when doing a quest? Give me that. Come here. Right. Anything good? No, just the... Oh, hi. Not close enough. Oh, I got a headshot in there. He did not like that. Alright, they say follow the animal path. Is this an animal path? Feels a little more significant than an animal path, but this feels like a church. I'm looking for the third... Hey, third church. That's what we wanted. Very nice. What we got here? Is this that Flask of Wondrous Physic? Find crystal tears at the bases of minor Erd trees and elsewhere throughout the lands between. At sites of grace, you can mix 2 crystal tears in the Flask of Wondrous Physic. This will allow you to create elixirs with various custom effects. Interesting. Hey, and a sacred tear. Sweet. Okay, so we got the Flask of Wondrous Physic. This menu can mix 2 crystal tears in the Flask of Wondrous Physic. This will allow you to create physics with various custom effects. Okay. But I don't have any, I just have the one. Well, I don't have it. I have one, which is insufficient. Not that I don't have any. And I'm out. Use that tier. Okay. Nice. Well, that was significantly useful. What was the other thing that I got? A Waypoint Ruins. I think that's... I think that was just talking about this. It's the Gatefront ruins. The Waypoint ruins? Dragonburn ruins. Bridge of Sacrifice. Warmaster Shack. Stormhill Shack. I don't quite know. Church of Iris. I guess the churches. Whenever we find a church, we can find a sacred tier. Okay, rather than continuing out here into the sort of ether, see the Storm Shack. There wasn't a merchant here, I don't think. Mainspring. Water Village House. Maybe there was a. Maybe that was where the merchant was. Hmm. Oh, well, there's that guy. Actually, I think it might have been on the other side of this. Oh, those frame drops. Get out of here. Sanctuary Stone. That guy drop one every time? Oh, that's right. I had a bunch of freaking stone sword keys. That's what I was gonna do. Okay, yeah, this is this guy. Yeah, I came back. What were you selling again? Note flame chariots. Yeah, okay, let's take that. Knit mask. You had one cracked pot, which we'll take. Okay, that's all we wanted.
I wasn't afraid of.
That you do have very little to offer. Oh, where the flame chariots. Beware the fire amongst chariots bearing the face of giants. A well-aimed blow to the chimney on top may prove effective, but opportunities for a plunging attack will be rare indeed. Interesting. Alright, so let's go. Now that I reminded myself of the stone sword key, let's go open that last key spot. Lock, arguably? I don't know. The lock here before I forget that it continues to exist. It wasn't down there, it was down this way. Not that way. All right, open up. Ow! Wow, I can't believe I got that guard up. Ow. Ow. Iron wet blade. Hawk-crest wooden shield. Nice. Misericord? Okay, first and foremost, what was that? Wet stone? Grants choice of affinity upgrade to weapon. Can add new battle arts and affinities. It's Voice of Affinity upgrade to weapon? Huh. Not sure what that means. So we got 4 of those still. And then we had... Here's the Reset cord. What's a fancy dagger? Very high critical stat for the backstabbing. Yeah, like 17 dexterity might be nice to get to. I could try out Rogier's rapier since it's at a +8. It's the degree that I obtained it at. Kind of debating if I want to bump up my strength a little bit, because I'd kind of like to be able to use this glaive. Well, woo! Ow. Is there anything actually out here? First off, well done. Nope. Alright, we obtained the goodies here. And I guess we could go back to the very beginning and check out that one, which required more than one. We have 4 now, which would hypothetically be enough. Can't imagine needing more. How many did I use? 2. 2 is okay. That just looks like poison. Turn back, down, poison. Well, surprise, surprise. It's horrible poison. Why have I subjected myself to this? Oh. Okay. It's immediate poison. Just kidding, we'll deal with that later. Okay, so let's pop back to... What was it? Down here. I know there's a spot that requires a key in here still. We can bust our way in there. Are you doing spirit tuning yet?
Oh, and please allow me to express my thanks.
Oh, maybe.
For giving me that keepsake from my men. It was as if I was frozen with self-pity. I failed them at every turn. You have my gratitude. Please, take this.
Oh, nice.
A pleasure to see. Thank goodness you're safe. I'm still looking for my own purpose. It's not easy by any means.
Tell her what the blacksmith said.
Telling me I possess some kind of gift.
So it would
I don't
seem.
believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I?
Please
I'll
do.
ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us tarnished. For I know he's trapped here at the Round Table Hold. So
he can't escape.
well, he's a gentle soul underneath it all.
You say so. Wait, not enough. I have a golden seed. I need more than one? Wow, rude. Apparently I need 2 now? Oh, you do. It does say I need 2. Use 2 gold. That's just rude. Oh wait, it was the... Is it the Ashes of War? So what is... Oh, here we go. Look at all of these options for affinity now. I mean, I already had the one that I wanted, which was magic. But now I guess I can equip... even, like, normal. What is this? What does determination do? I don't know. We can't do magic, though, so I guess magic it is. Bro. Let's check here. Yes, please. Give me your goodies. Only I had a precious item. Okay. Is it not a precious item? Assassin's prayer book. I don't need a stupid prayer book. Fine. Alright, well that clears all of the stone sword keys here, as far as I know. Alright, let's go get to the academy so that I can actually find somebody to teach me the sorceries. That's what's killing me. Oh, I don't have to run up here to teleport. I can just do so. Yeah, we'll go do that. I just remembered that I also want to fight the starter mounted boss down here at some point. But no, we'll get to that in a minute. Let's go find this academy. I have 2 books full of sorceries to learn. If only I had someone capable of learning and teaching sorceries. Oh, hey, there's a thing up there. Did I think I talked to you. What are you selling?
Not everyone can...
Okay, we already bought your useful permanent stuff. Okay. I realize I should craft something with all of those cracked pots I've got. Okay, so we can make ourselves some fire pots. Yeah, let's make some fire pots. Sometimes you just gotta throw some fire. Whew. Right now, where was that? Have I not gone far enough? I have not. There we go. It was... There it is. Let's get down there. Up. Sacrificial twig. What is the purpose of you? Not a key item. Is it in a... Oh, it's a charm. Will be lost on death in place of runes. Okay. That makes sense. Boy, I could have used one of those a little while ago. But alas. Alright, let's just follow the road here first a bit. Oh, a thing. Oh, that looks like a map. Give me that map. Ah, okay. Excuse me. Just wanted the map, man. No, thank you. Let's reset those guys. That looks less reset than ever. What the heck were those? Flintstone Craftsman Cookbook. What the heck does that include? Stole darts. Interesting. Goblin stone. That's got to be it, right? That looks like a rune. It is. On to the academy. Oh, that's a mounted guy. Kind of looked like a Pegasus for a second. Hello.
Hello. Please. Over here. Hello. It's rather chilly here, isn't it?
Why are you standing
My
like that?
mistress sent me off on an errand, but I was accosted by a ruffian. And now I'm in a bind. Could I ask you lend a hand? Perhaps. That thug made off with a precious necklace. I need someone to retrieve it.
Okay.
He, too, is tarnished. If you've any qualms confronting your own, I shall find another.
No, I'm not too concerned.
Oh, thank you dearly. What a blessing that we've met like this. The thug should be resting at an abandoned home down the way. Please, I must have the necklace back.
Okay. I really don't like fighting rogue types. They like to get close very quickly, which makes casting spells at them much more complicated. I kind of feel like I've lost track of my road. Still an unfortunate degree of frame dips. How many ruin fragments? Oh, and a sanctuary stone. Several sanctuary stones. Where am I? Ah, yes. New map. Which I am already off of. Okay, so this I think is the academy? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. just down the way. What? Is that a giant shrimp or crawdad? Hey, Scobalts. How's it going? Oi, 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 oi. Ow, my giblets. Okay, that was a lot of health loss. We're not gonna mess with that. Oh, there's a second one. Oh, they're all over the place out here. You know what? No, thank you. We'll deal with this some other time. Yeah, that's a logo I had. Okay. Okay. What? Anyway, the name was a logo I had commissioned not that long ago. It turned out pretty good though, right? Well, you know, I don't think that was your fault. I didn't expect the lobster to have a laser. Like, what the heck? Alright, I just want my souls back. Oh, that's the wrong freaking button. I just feel like that should be sprint on a horse. I don't know why. But it's not. It's get off the horse, which is the very opposite of sprint. At least my muscle memory is good in a fight. Okay, we got the souls back. Continuing on. Is that a... Oh, that's still the wrong button. We do not want the lobsters. What's the flying air balloon over there? Are the people dangling from it living or dead? That is important to how much I should be concerned about the balloon. Well, they kind of look a little bit of both. They look to be a little bit living dead. Make it! I didn't make it! Ouch. My bones. Hey, there we go. This one we can make. Oh, maybe. Oh boy, that was close. I didn't think I made that for a second. I don't know how active you are on Twitter, Scobalts. I assume, if I remember correctly, you're not very. But man, I have been seeing some of the hot takes on this game where the people who are not good at playing it again come out of the woodwork to start yakking about how, like, why isn't there an easy mode and blah blah blah, and it's been pretty funny. Specifically, I saw one today where they uploaded a video to go along with it, and they went on this diatribe of why, like, why would anybody play this? I play games to have fun, like, not to be punished. Blah 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 blah. And he posted a video, and he was like, "I got a refund, good." And he played so badly. I assume it's a he. I shouldn't. they played so badly because they showed like the first like little catacomb boss. I know, which is, here's the thing. I think there are not unreasonable arguments to be like, in general, yes, having difficulty settings is advantageous for the most part. But there has to be a line at some point, right? Like, coming in and saying, I am unable to play this game, therefore there should be an easier setting. Like, where does it end? If they add an easy setting, what about, are there people that can't play the easy setting and now they're like, well, easy's not easy enough, there should be an easier one? Like, where is the line drawn, right? That's the logical question. At any point in time, for every game, there is going to be someone who is unable to play it because they simply are not skilled enough. And it's like, this game chooses to not have difficulty settings. And they're like, why isn't there a choice? And I don't understand, because my thing is always like, the choice is to not play the game. Like, that's the thing. They're like, yeah, but I like the story. And it's like, well, I'm sorry, the story is only one small part of the game. Sorry, you can't play the game, and that's okay. You can just not. You don't have to, like, complain and yell at the devs about how they should have added a different difficulty setting just for you. That would actually be pretty funny, Scobalts. But yeah, this video of their play was so bad. They came into the, I don't know if you were around when I fought the like floating weird dog monster. I don't actually know if anybody was on at that point. It was really weird. It was much creepier than it was hard because it telegraphed so hard. And this player just like ran straight at him. They clearly didn't know how to equip themselves because they had the fat rolls because of the heavy load. And they were just like not able to evade properly, and their timing was all off. They're just like willy-nilly throwing attacks. I was like, that was an embarrassing showing, and boy, there were a lot of quote retweets for that, because people were just like, bro, you are terrible at this game. And, you know, that's okay. You don't have to play the game, but you're legitimately just terrible, and you didn't even like engage with the game how the game is supposed to be engaged with, in a sense of like, observe your enemies, be patient in how you approach, dodge properly. Like, I don't even know what to tell people like that, but it was really funny. And it's just, every time a Souls game comes out, this one I feel like is almost more so, simply because I feel like it's getting a lot of attention, which is... No, it wasn't before the planned death at the beginning. It was like, it was down one of the catacombs, so it's like, it's not the first boss you could fight and kill that you find, because you come across that mounted guy with the shield first, but he's totally optional and you can avoid it. If you dip into this catacomb to clear it, quote unquote, you have to fight this guy. So, like, it's the first optional, but, like, guided boss, if you will. Like, you're guided to this boss if you go into the catacomb. So it's like, it was not a hard boss. He didn't hit me a single time. I killed him on the first try. I just shot magic at him. I think it was late on day one, so I think you'd probably gone to sleep. It was like a nothing boss to me. I just swept it out of the way because it was really not complicated, and he telegraphed really, really, really obviously. Creepy dude on a boat. Creepy dude in a boat in a very small waterway. What are you doing here? I'm sorry. This is apparently... that was the wrong button. This is apparently a mini-boss of some sort. Who has disappeared? Oh, I forgot I gotta hit these again. Okay, there we go. We got him. We got him. We got him. We got him. So what I would say overall, I think this game is a little easier, but it's for a very specific reason. I don't think any particular encounter is necessarily easier than like other games. What makes it easier, in my opinion, is the very simple, like, way that you can simply decide to bounce. Like, you can come into a fight, you can make an assessment of how hard a time you're gonna have, and you can just bail. And there's like just a whole world of places for you to go instead, get more gear, get more experience, just like do something else. It's way less potentially frustrating, in my opinion, because of that. Well, honestly, for instance, I hit that first boss in the castle, right? And I immediately was like, I should go elsewhere for a bit because I don't think I'm quite equipped right. And I was correct because I was missing the summoning mechanic. And so I just, you know, went and did something else. And that I think makes this game, if not easier, much more approachable. Ow. Yeah, like the open world, I feel like is a really good way to sort of also like relieve the stress of a Dark Souls game. Because it can be emotionally draining to like get your ass beat repeatedly, right? Like it can be a rough time. But in this, if you've had a bit of a bad round, you can just like, you know what? I'm gonna go gather some herbs and whatever. I'm gonna explore. I'm gonna have a good time elsewhere and just like take a look at the environment, explore, have an enjoyable time doing more mundane open world stuff. Honestly, on the subject of console versus PC, it's fairly obvious right now that console is the way you should play it, at least at the moment. Maybe they'll figure that crap out down the line and get some patches out, but right now, yeah, console would be the way to go, and I wouldn't trust any PC that's remotely potato-y to do a good job. Because mine is decidedly not potato, and it's still not having a great time. Oh, I don't want that. Oh, yeah, I think a 1070 would definitely have a hard time. Ooh, skeletal bandit ashes. Cool. But like that fight's a good example of like that fight was really straightforward and really not difficult. Like I feel like that's pretty approachable. Granted, it's not like it's you know, blocking progression through the game, but like that was pretty straightforward. I feel like this is the... Oh, I forgot. I can't actually get into the academy. I need a glintstone key. Maybe that's the academy. I mean... You say good gamer. I'm not bad at it. I don't feel like I'm amazing at Souls games. It's not like I can do a no level up, you know, flawless, no damage run or anything. It's just, you have to understand how to be patient and observe what they're doing and try to take advantage of opportunities they present. I feel like anybody should be able to do that. Man, that looks nice. Okay, so what... oh, there's some sort of gate down here. How do we get down to that? That's fair enough, Scobalt. Souls, are not quite like that. Bayonetta and like Devil May Cry are I would say cousin games to this sort of thing that are much more in line with that. Man, Bayonetta is a good game though. Unrelated. Painting? Do I have enough to level now? I do. And actually, I'm pretty close to a second one. Okay, we want to continue pumping up the dexterity. Maybe I'll bring up the strength to 13 as well. That's fair, Scobalt. Borderlands 2 is really good. I did, however, recently try to play it again, and I was reminded how early game of that game is not so good. Like, trying to get started is a rough time to play, like, from the beginning again. Resurrection painting. What the heck is that? I also feel like it'd be a little bit difficult to go back to after Borderlands 3. Specifically for some of the quality of life upgrades that I really liked out of Borderlands 3. The story was absolute garbage in 3, though. 2 is much, much better. But, boy. The quality... So, 3 is... 3 is a little bit of a mixed bag. Borderlands 3 is. I would say that for a lot of it, the gameplay is better. Like, it's a little more refined. So honestly, the villains and the streaming nature isn't really annoying to me as a streamer. It's annoying to me as, like, somebody who cares about stories, right? Those villains were so obnoxious and terrible. It's like there is no conceivable universe where they weren't terrible. And it's not even like, because it's obvious what they were going for, right? And they did an okay job of caricaturing that sort of person. But that sort of person isn't a villain. They're like comic relief at best. You just have somebody like that off to the side. They would have been okay as like one single minor boss that you go and deal with. Like the freaking streaming twins or whatever pop up. Not the big bad evil guy that's supposed to like compete and be compared to Handsome Jack. Because Handsome Jack was a phenomenal villain. These two are just unlikable. And that does not make for a good villain. I will say a lot of the characters in 3, though. Yeah, like, they could be a mini-boss villain. They could be around for, like, one area, not the entire game. Oh, hey, I think this has to be the academy, right? Okay, cool. Magic, guys. Teach me magic. But the gameplay, I have not played, like, any of the Far Cries, to be perfectly honest. I think I get what you're getting at, but I have not played the Far Cry games. Hello. Honestly, I've heard nothing but good things about a lot of them. I just haven't, really. Like, I have no really good reason aside from they've just never been high enough on my gaming priority list to actually make it to the being played. There's always just something else or whatever. I do really appreciate one of them. I don't remember which one. The one that lets you like actually end the game right at the beginning when they're like, hold on, I'm gonna be right back, and you're supposed to like escape or whatever, but you can just hang out and the game ends. I really appreciate that narratively, just because like it gives your actions legitimate meaning within the game. That like, oh no, you can just be done. Ow. Holy crap on a cracker! What the heck was that? Well, this has gone poorly. Alright, please at least let me get my souls back before you kill me. Message ahead. Thanks. Death ahead. You're not wrong. Oh, there's a thing there. I don't know if it was a meaningful thing, but there was a thing. Up, 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 up. Thank you. Okay, bye. Okay. Yeah, where do I get that magic? Okay. Oh, suddenly you're right in front of me. Okay. Well then. We have ourselves a little bit of an issue. That guy does cheat. Hey, Yomitai. How's it going? I do not actually want that answer. I'm sure I'll get soon enough. This seems like the right place to find somebody to actually sell me sorceries. I have 2 books of it. I just don't have anybody to give it to. Still curious as to what's down there, but I can't jump down there and risk dying if I don't have my souls. Give me that. I mean, it's not like I have a huge number, but 4,000? I am still using a magic sword. Excuse me. It is, in fact, the same magic sword. I did upgrade it several times, though. I found there's a cave that you can actually just farm smithing stones in, because it's just like a mine that you, every time you rest, as far as I know, the stones come back, because they're just gathered like crafting ingredients rather than like drops or pickups of items that don't respawn. Hey bro, how's it going? Hiya! Oh, that is a very small amount of damage. I don't know if I should be here. Alright, hold on. We might be able to cheese it. Oh, that's... Whoa! I don't know why it went that way. Are you kidding me? I call absolute shenanigans. This asshole. I don't know, maybe if I get him there, I just need to run in and start slapping him around with a sword, because, I mean, he's a wizard. That's what you do with wizards, and, he's gonna out-wizard me. Well, at least it's conveniently located. Oh. I do not have any reliable stun stuff. Like, I can hit him with a sword that has stagger, but that's pretty much all I got. Oh, I didn't actually draw the other guys. Okay, camera, work with me. Oh, it's so small. It doesn't help that the lock-on is less than ideal. The best way, as far as I know, to, like, stun lock is to have heavy weapons. Because heavy weapons just have a higher stagger potential. So you get yourself a big honkin' greatsword or whatever. And that's a pretty good way to go about it. As far as, like, PvP is concerned, you can... A lot of people like to use daggers... or even rapiers, because with players, anybody in light armor, it doesn't take much to start hassling them. No. Poke. Poke. Oh, it's so small. Alright, let's see what we can get done with a sword. Oh! You are not defenseless. That, in fact, did a lot of damage. Ay-ya! I got greedy. I'm not really sure how to kill this guy right now. Like, I just do not have the level of damage. I mean, obviously, chipping and hiding would eventually meet with success. Yeah, I might need to just come back later. I feel like I need to come through here, though. And the stupid little random summons aren't nearly as difficult. Like, they seem appropriately leveled. I can just slap them down in, like, 3-4 hits. Seems reasonable. It's a real dicey situation to try to sprint past somebody with ranged like that. Just because obviously they will likely shoot me in the back. We don't like that. I don't know if there's enough serpentine when one stray shot is all it takes to just off me entirely. I mean, that is true. The thing is if I sprint past and I die, it means I end up in a position where I can't get my souls back. Which, again, I don't really have, like, a huge number, but they're mine and I like them. $300. Jeez. Stop rolling. Can't just do that forever. Why do you get to have infinite stamina? That's even smaller amounts of damage. Holy crap. Dang. Yeah, we're probably going to have to come back. I am not sufficiently equipped for this. Let's go get the souls and bounce. All I want is someone to sell me sorceries. Oh yeah, so I found this staff. Just kind of out and about. Way further out than I should have been, but... So, story time. So I got on this morning to just kind of explore in the open world area where, like, I'd kind of already been. Oh, I should check that middle step. Just to see, like, if there was stuff I'd missed and what have you, and there was a reasonable amount of stuff for me to sort of poke about at. But it turned out that turned into a much greater adventure than I had anticipated, because I tried to open a chest and it was not a mimic, but in fact it was trapped. And apparently when you trigger a trapped chest in this game, you just like get put to sleep and just teleported somewhere else. Oh, hey bro. So I found myself in, like, a very high-level dungeon. What's it? Oh, celestial globe, transmit to posterity, the blah, 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 and obscure forever the transgressions of the princess. Okay. Wisdom of the moon and stars, okay, I don't... Sure, whatever. I got teleported to, like... Oh, something fits on the pedestal. A really high-level area. So, like, we started down here. It was this. This is where I ended up. And how I know that it was a high-level area is because thus far, right, we've been working with smithing stone tier 1s to upgrade the armor. I now have moved into smithing stone tier 2s for my current weapon. And then in this dungeon, I was finding smithing stone tier 5s, like, exclusively. So I was like, I don't think I'm somewhere I belong. But when you get trapped, you can't fast travel until you find a new grace to rest at. Then you can teleport out. So I was stuck there. And if you die, you get put back in the spot where they brought you. So I was stuck in this shack with these horrible enemies around. It was just a terrible combination of enemies. I was really gaining souls rapidly, but unfortunately I didn't have a freaking grace to spend them at. And so I was trying to find my way. I was desperately fighting my way through and doing pretty well, actually. I was killing many of them. I gathered up to like 9,000 souls. But it turns out that I chose the wrong direction. I had chosen the direction that goes deeper into the dungeon rather than out of the dungeon. And so I ended up in the boss room. And I had, like, no chance of survival. I was out of freaking flasks. I was, like, it did not go well. And I lost all those souls. And I was very upset. So at that point, I was like, okay, I gotta freaking look it up. And yes, it was this dumb side path that I had just passed over to go a different direction that was the exit. And it was not easy to get through, but you could essentially sneak your way out, whereas I had been fighting my way in. But in that area, I found this staff, so I do have a better magic staff. But what was funny to me is that I found this staff, and its special property is boosts gravity sorcery, which I didn't even know gravity sorcery was a thing. I don't have any gravity sorceries. What the hell is a gravity sorcery? And so now I just wait, I guess, with my fancy meteorite staff, I think it was called. Yeah, my fancy meteorite staff, just chilling until someday, maybe, I will find someone to teach me gravity sorceries. I did find a sorcery in that dungeon, actually. So I got that going for me, but I don't know if it's actually good. It costs so much FP. It costs 30 FP of my, like, 99. Wow. Well, that was my entire FP bar. So cool, but also, ow. Well, that was the first time I used it. It was relatively effective, but, you know, my FP, not efficient, we'll say. Effective, not efficient. That would just be rude, Scobalts. I wouldn't put it past... Well, the thing is I wouldn't put it past games like this, because actually, in Dark Souls 3, it's actually really, really easy to just miss the pyromancy trainer. Like, if you don't know he's there, you can, and you're not, like, exploring too hard, you could just miss him. You just miss the pyromancy trainer and just be like, why can't I learn new pyromancies? Why can't I improve my pyromancy hand flame thing that, like, is your spellcaster? And you can just not get it. Because if you pass the area, you have to go back and find him. And if you don't know he's there, tough. So it's actually kind of possible that I could just not find the gravity sorcery guy. So that's something for sure we have here. With some nice frame dips. Thanks for that. Why don't you have your full health? Oh, boy. That's a lot of... I'm not even moving the bar. Hold on, there was like... What was that, an Achilles heel that does way more damage? Yes, it is. Oh, don't step on me! No, we don't like that. We're not into that. No. Okay, he got some reach when he wants to. Ay, yo! Wait! No. You know, I could probably actually jump over that attack. Okay, never mind. We're good. Never mind. Oh, actually shooting him in the foot is... Yo! All right, I think we can fight that. I just have to not have that happen. Wow, look at the glowing flowers. Man, that looks good. Very nice. That pop of color. Hey, I am, of course, a fan of glowing colors. Imagine that. Ow, my spine! Who did that? Rude. Honestly, this is I think one of FromSoft's prettiest games. Like, all of Dark Souls, I think, are very beautiful games. But this one is like, this one takes it up an extra level because of their use of, like, of actually pulling in some of those bright colors that Dark Souls never really did before. Because they're a very dreary aesthetic. And I think that works great, and I think there's still a lot of beauty in that, because the vistas and things. But man, this game's, like, willingness to have some of those really, like, bright colors involved really elevates it, because you get that dreary aesthetic with just the occasional, like, brightness that's really nice. Frame skips, please. No. Man, that actually does a lot of damage down there. Okay. There was a second sweep there. Yeah, it's true. Like, an only dreary open world is going to be a little drab. Oh. Almost caught me with the second one again. Nope. That's got the second. Oh, okay. It's cool. It was just the horse. Oh, hold on. Feed the horse. You're good, horsey. Whee! Got him. You know what? That did not give me nearly as much as I would have expected. But that's fine. Einsel Riverwell. Flashy. Ah, we do have a grace down here. Fantastic. Ants! Giant ants! I don't... actually, I'm probably pretty close to being able to level. I should use some runes to get there. Level up. Oh yeah, I'm just 400 shy. Pop those bad boys. Oops. We do the level up. All right, let's pump strength a little bit. I want to get strength to 13. Makes me a little bit more hybrid than mage, but honestly, that's kind of the way I end up playing regardless. I want to have options. Those are some big boys. Like, really big. Neat. I love how they always put that item in sight when it's like, hey, yeah, there's a reason to come in here. You want to chance it? Find out what happens with these ants? Like, oh, good. Oh, hold on. There's a message. Be wary of bug. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Now that's a fine-ass message. Oh, you know what? These guys don't have that much health. That's totally manageable. We're good. We're good. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, piece of candy. And then horrible murder ensues. Let's get the glintstone arc. I feel that very shortly we're going to be dealing with 5 angry ants. Hello. Or just one. Oh, that's not the button I meant. I forgot that. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. That's so annoying. I'm so used to only having the 2 spells that I did not toggle far enough to go back to the freaking pebble. Very annoying. It is better than Angry Uncles. They'll just punch you in the face. Alright, take 2. Less wrong spell casting, if you please. Give me my 183 back. Alright. Correct spell this time. Oh, sure, now you come all at once. Oh, they can spray crap at me for a lot of damage. Ayo! Stop! Whoa. Come on, I see you up there. Target? Target! Why won't I? Come on. The way targeting in this game works is very annoying. Like, why couldn't I target that guy? Come on. Grace Mimic. Wait, can I pretend to be a Grace? That's just rude. Okay. He was hiding. Seriously, perfect trolling. Who are you people attacking? Oh, maybe that guy? Maybe that guy. No. Mythic Stone 3s. Nice. Get the lantern on. Elden Ring. Cramped area head. Skinny sort required ahead. Alright. I don't think we can go through there. Okay. Ooh, that is a lot of corpses. We have ourselves a boneyard here. Oh, that was startling. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, so we have two paths. This one's the less obvious one, so let's check it out. Eggs. Ah, fear. Oh, that's gross. Oh, yeah? Can we just... Nope, can't break those. Oh, it's cool. Oh, it exploded. Golden Rune 10? That is a very high level Golden Rune. This feels like the time for an arc. Ah, yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, that was exciting. Have here. Oh, we got what the heck? This is not what I was expecting. Old codger, oh old codger. Okay. Presumably the other path would have taken me to that door. Probably. I got this guy, though. Yoink. As well as this guy. Whoop. Celestial Dew. That's one step up from the old Mountain Dew. Oh, I think they're on to me. Oh, that's far smaller amounts than I would like. This is awkward. They're rolling. Rolling. Oof. That's real mana intensive. At least thin them out as much as we can. I'm out of cerulean. Oh, there's so many of them. Oh, and we're out of low health ones. Wait. There should be one more. Is it you? It's you. Oh, boy. We are, like, out of magic here. Can you guys just maybe forget that I'm here? And let me do some sneaking? You just forget. That'd be awesome. That does not look like forgetting to me. Oh, wait, actually, kind of does. All right, we're going. Hey. Hey. We're out of there. Try summoning. Running required ahead. Alright, well, we activated an elevator, which feels good to me. Holy smokes! That's an entire freaking posse. Oh, there are so many of them. What in the world? Oh, they're looking this way again. Oh boy, I don't like it here anymore. You know what? Those little items aren't worth it. We're out. We're out. We're leaving. Hopefully this is the correct direction. Because I don't actually have a way to go back the way I came in. We're just gonna have to hope. Where are we? Oh, at least there's a grace. How did we come to be here? Where are we? Oh, dang, we can actually... Wow, we actually can still teleport. This is not considered in a dungeon. Okay, well, we are free to leave. That actually makes me feel much better. I am a little bit curious as to where the other path would have gone. Oh, maybe it's over here. The other ant-riddled path. Maybe we are actually correctly going backwards. Maybe it's this. This is where it would have come out. That feels correct to me. Based on sort of where we went, where we came out, and the way that those sort of paths would potentially intersect. This feels natural that this is the other side of that ant hole. We come back up here. Yep. Okay, that's the corpse pile. Cool. Okay. Whew. Well, that was a little bit of a harrowing moment. So it was interesting. I realized one of the key differences between deaths in this and other Souls in general, Dark Souls in general, and Sekiro. And one of the reasons that Sekiro frustrated me a lot more in dying than these games do is because I feel like for Sekiro, the removal of the go back to recover your souls mechanic was was like a huge misstep to me. Because if every time you die, yes, you only lose half instead of all, but the fact that it's unavoidable, I feel like is just a really huge disappointment. One, it makes it more frustrating when you die the first time because the loss has happened. Like it happens, it makes dying frustrating, whereas this gives you the opportunity for redemption, right? You can go back, you can get your souls, you can try again without losing anything. And one, I think it just makes the deaths more frustrating, but also some of the most exciting parts of these games, I feel like, are when you're down souls, but you're trying to go get them back. It's like when I was stuck in that cave after being trapped, and I like had a pretty big stack of souls, like, and I die a lot, like the challenge of getting them back really was like satisfying and a really good part of the game. And I feel like Sekiro removing that was a mistake. And sort of, I think, partially contributed to my being a little bit more sour on it. Wow. That was a lot of guys that I just hosed down. I didn't even pay attention to how many souls that was. Probably not that many. I think it's pretty limited on these whatever enemies that they're dropping souls. Very high defenses on these guys. Oh, and very tough to stagger. Okay, come on, come on. Everybody gather together. They're very slow though. We got that going for us. They like to do their little roll dealy though. Oh no. Nope. 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 Yeah, they are kind of the rolly droids, aren't they? Hup. 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 Hup, 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 hup. Whoop. Okay. No, 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 no. Drink, 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 drink. Hoi! Hey, okay, now that was a serious frame drip. Drip? Frame dip, drop, take your pick, but don't mix. Okay. They are relatively easy to just deal with, though. They're not particularly agile, are they? All right. That was counted as a group, though, so I got some of my flasks back, which is nice. I don't really know what I'm doing here, but here we go. That's new. That's different. We don't care for that. Okay. Oh. Oh, we got another little floaty bubble coming. Okay, it doesn't reach very far. There's the backstab. Right in the old bee-hole. You know, it's hard to decide whether I should try to ditch the shield and use the staff in the other hand, or just stick with it. Because oh! I like having the option. Oh, hey! That's a new little bubble attack. We don't like that. I can left-hand cast. If I put the staff in the left hand, I can have the sword and the magic out simultaneously. Which is, I mean, a really common way to go hybrid, and it's certainly not a bad idea. I like having the safety of the shield when I need it. And granted, you can switch back and forth between shield and... okay. Okay, hold on. I was not prepared for that. Yeah, I mean, sword magic is a good idea. I don't know. I got to get over the whole not having the shield thing, because I like that shield. Okay, let's freaking duck and cover down here if we can. I'll take that. It essentially just comes down to whether I want to try to be more aggressive or defensive. Because switching between sword and magic, of course, gives me better defensive options. Whereas having both the offensive tools out gives me better offensive options. Like I can much more quickly react to changes in distance. I can take advantage of openings a lot better when they get, like, when they're suddenly close to me, right? Like the first major boss that we had on that bridge, where you would use the hammer, right, and bring it down, and it was very easy to roll forward into him, and you have the chance to stagger him. But if I had the wrong weapon out, then I was SOL. But I like having the shield. Helps me be safe. Especially because you can block and then counterattack, which is really nice. I like the block counterattack. All right, ant buddies. Hey, this guy knows what's up. This guy, I saw you casting with your scepter and shield. That was not the correct button. Darn it. Immunizing horn charm. Ill omen creature ahead, so to speak, be wary of left. Seems familiar. Sadness ahead. Hello. Clear out a couple more of these ants before we get into it. We don't want to get pushed out here and then suddenly be fighting more guys when we're trying to deal with those. Ah. Okay. Got some flask charges back. That's good. Okay, let's see what we can do with these guys. Ghost glove worked. Alright, they looked like they were facing the other way. Let's see if we can get a backstab. Oh, I know what you guys are. Alright, you're not that bad, but you do that. I know what's up. Get out of here, you boggly weirdos. Freaky. And there's another one. When did you get here? Great. No. We don't want that. What? This is like an entirely new place. These are some wild environments. I don't like that. I don't like that area where my sword is bouncing off the walls. Oh! Alright, there we go. We're good. We're good. Soap. Great. Seek River ritual. Fantastic. I can't take this. What is this? Hold poison. And a lot of it. I don't have any desire to go down there. Oh wait, I have a picture thing up here. Thank you. No, thank you. I will pass. More stuff. Blink. Okay, we can continue this way, which may very well also lead down into that horrible poison swamp thing. Swamp is not quite accurate, I feel. Let there be life. All the more bug, oh bug. Yeah. They're ant eggs, we get it. Why is it always coughing? You know, that's an excellent question. Why is it always coughing? Melted mushroom? That's weird. That guy's hat is ridiculous. Hey, ghost glove work. All right, this does not look like a poison cave. I mean, it doesn't look exactly friendly. What the devil? Very inviting. So very inviting. No, that's a good question, Scobalts. I can only imagine this was not originally an ant cave, because there's a lot of, I don't know, petrified people here. Okay, that, okay. Hi. How are you? Oh, shoot! Okay. Ha! Ah! There's all this freaking crap in the way. They always do this. Oh, you're so fast. Hoi! Ha! I don't like that. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's okay. I can't believe I dodged that. All right, well. We're sort of out of magic. When do I hit him? When do I hit him? Shoot. Dang it! Honestly, that went pretty friggin' well, but I just couldn't get out of the way quick enough. I ran out of resources. Why? Where's the frickin' Grace nearby? Good gracious. Where the hell am I? Oh, this is where the coffin was. Okay. It was right around this corner. Oh, boy. So I do have these, which gradually recover FP. Which maybe I should actually equip. I don't have anything in the Wondrous flasks right now, so I might as well... Because honestly, if I was able to at least get a little bit of FP back, I might have been able to manage that. Those are, of course, extremely limited, so that's a bit of an issue. Not a single friggin' summoning aid here. Nope. Once you're out, if you don't have an item, you're out. You're on your own. Oof, indeed. Why are my souls there? Can I have these back first, please? Before we get too spicy? Thank you. All right, now we can dance. Let's do this. Honestly, the magic does good damage. Oh, whew. Ow. Oh, we gotta go, we gotta go! Nope. That was a mistake. I'm not dead. Yes, I am. I wasn't sure for a second. All right. This is totally doable. He's actually not too hard. I can summon a spirit. You are correct. I would rather have, like, a full-blown ally, but I might just have to settle for the jellyfish. I do think, though, in this case... Oh, not that one. In this case, I think this is the right way to go. The old sword and staff. Because the guarding isn't really going to do me much good. Oh, that's not the right direction. Because there weren't a whole lot of chances to guard, and dodge was doing much better for me. There's a lot of... Suddenly, he's really close to me, which gives me a lot of opportunities to hit him. Alright, get out here, jellyfish. Please get closer to hit him. Hold on, hold on. I still want my souls first. Jellyfish, no! Okay, that was close. Oh, shoot. That was just a mistake on my part. All right, we got magic. Oh, my poor jellyfish. Get out of there. Ah, crap. That was a mistake again. Dang it! Drink faster, man. All right. That's a bit annoying. I felt like that was going to be the run, but here we are. I was very close to having it. At least I think my corpse will be in a more convenient to recover location. I believe I was over to the right. All right, jellyfish. Nope. Do they just always put it in the frickin' middle of this room? Could you not? Heyo. I feel like they do a really good job of giving you a good amount of telegraphing in these boss fights. Ah, drink, man! Oh, thank you, jellyfish. That's an excellent time to be a distraction. Oh. I'm very close. I'm closer than I want to be. Ah, yo, that was close. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Jellyfish, you alive? Okay. Barely survived that. Jellyfish, please. Oh, you're so close to death. Just let me hit you. Oh, phew. Hey, that's a spell. I'll take it. Oh, boy. Spells, you say? Oh, it's a faith spell. Why? Why? Why is it like this? Damn it. I cannot catch a break. Oh, I should level up, though, because I imagine I have souls. Faith spells are incantations. They're just the counterpart to sorceries. And yeah, the incantations are just the cleric-y spells. There's heals, there's fire, there's lightning. Faith on faith. They use a sacred seal or something as a channeler instead of a staff. Okay, let's get strength to 13 since I actually can right now. I don't think for a long time I'm going to be increasing that further. I need a little bit more weight capacity if I want to actually try to use this. The damage is 120 plus 19 and hasn't been ranked up at all. Oh, actually, if I'm not using the shield... This has a little more range. The ashes. So if we then make this the old magical sort, it is a bit slower. Ideally, though, we can use it at a longer range. It also has some nice sweeping attacks for bigger groups. And I think it would do more damage if I leveled it up. It's not leveled up, obviously, at the moment. But let's give it a try at least a little bit. That is a fancy chest. Great Ghost Glovewort. I think that might be what we need for leveling up summons. Well, and the other thing is I can actually... That's, you know, Scobolts, that's actually an excellent point. That if I am using... where I have my both my staff and my weapon... If I'm out of mana, I really need to switch to two-handed because it does more damage by like 50%. I really need to remember to do that. And actually, I can block again if I switch to two-handed. It's just not as effective as a shield. But it is something. I need to remember to do that. Okay, so I think this is essentially the end of what was down here. Because there was the well, which led down here. And this was the logical end. It is a cool looking part. So this is one that I got out of the incredibly tough cave. This is what was repeatedly used to murder me in that cave that I got imprisoned in. And I pulled one off of the guy that I killed. So I was like, I mean, I gotta give it a go. I shouldn't really have this yet. Okay, so let's go back to... Where's... Oh, okay. Interesting. So I can still fast travel, but my fast travel locations are limited to the cave I'm in right now. So I have to go back to the entrance to ride the elevator up, and then I can bounce out of here. So let's do exactly that. We can go level this guy up, see if the damage starts rising like faster than the other one does, and show itself to be worth using. It is a really cool weapon. It was a lot less cool when it was repeatedly being, like, shoved into my spine, but... You know, them's the breaks, I guess. Yeah, so the monsters were, like, centipede-esque insects, so it's probably some sort of, like, chitin exoskeleton thing that it's made out of. Hey, you, I got this weird greater glovewort.
If I do have a talent for spirit tuning, and goodness knows that would be a surprise, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me.
Okay, that's not helpful. Well, what is the thing that I just got? Is that it? No. Celestial Dew. Carry out absolution at the Church of Vows. Okay. Death Root. Beast clergyman seeks and devour these. Okay, I don't know what that is. Strawberry grape, yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. Disgusting. Why do I have that? Oh, raises immunity. That's what that was that I picked up. Oh. This is something I can read about. Work of a wandering artist, reminiscent of a painting titled Resurrection. This painter is said to have captured the landscapes seen during the last moments of those welcomed into death's embrace. Soul of the painter and vestiges of the dead's last moments can be discovered by visiting the location depicted even now. Well, don't worry. I will be going back there, Scobalts, because I didn't beat the boss. So I have every reason to actually go back in there. Just not quite yet. Okay, so this is essentially find the location and get a goodie out of it. What was the thing that I got? Got like I just picked up the Great Ghost Glovewort. Oh, it's really just a big fat booster to Renowned Ashes. Well, okay, thanks for that. It's not that special. So, on the subject of that painting, if I can remember where that thing is. So, I don't know if it's the starting... I think it's in the second area, simply because that it's not really a castle, actually. That looks like maybe the academy, because I saw that hanging over, like that overhang peak building, I think in the second area, but not from that angle.
Well, I took you for dead. No matter, it's all to stay out your arms.
Surprise, I'm not dead. Okay, so that's going up at about the same pace as the longsword. What's that currently? Yeah, 98, 98, 24. It's not really like... Well, the thing is it's essentially renewable resources that I'm using to level it up. So there's no harm in trying. And I can go back... So down here, the Limgrave Tunnels is where it was essentially like a smithing stone mine. And I think I could just rest here, go through, and just gather it up and come back for more. I think. We're going to find out right now. Yeah, I think this will have a little bit higher damage. Not necessarily as much as I would have liked. Oh, one shot. Oh, pickaxe. Maybe I can't come back and regather. Oh, you're not dead. I will say, it looks like this might have more stagger on the hit. Ow. Being able to stagger things is usually good. Alright, I guess I can't come back and get more smithing stones. That's really too bad. I think I can just get smithing stones from kills, though, so it's always going to be coming in at least a little bit. I'm sure I will have more than I need, but I was kind of hoping I could just come through and grab them. But yeah, that's the way actually forward. I don't think I can equip the pickaxe, actually. It probably takes more strength than I've got. As far as I know, I've never seen them do something like that. Hey, yo! That would have been a good opportunity for a shield. Okay, yep, that's too bad. This is where, like, the crafting materials I could pick up were, so. They do not respawn. At least not quickly. Maybe they would do over time, but I would have expected resting to have done so. Oh, right. That's right. Okay. The other issue, of course, with equipping this into the second hand is that I will not be able to cast it is a little too heavy for me right now. I will not be able to cast on horseback, which is something that I do very much so. That's one reason to keep it in the right hand, at least in the open world, so that I can cast on horseback. All right, now let's head back to the beginning area and fight that optional boss. That I know some people have spent, like, stupid amounts of time on that guy because they're just, like, determined to fight him with their starter gear. Just like, I'll just come back when I can just slap him around. Why punish yourselves? Like, apparently there was some guy on Twitch that streamed, like, 7 hours of him trying to fight that guy. It's like, I'm just gonna pass him by and come back. I have not. I'm sure somebody has. It's really unforgiving. Because, I mean, you don't even have your healing items yet. I haven't looked it up. I'm sure somebody has, because that's just what people do, right? They see a allegedly insurmountable challenge like that, and they're like, well, I'm gonna do it. That's not really my thing, though. I don't have the patience to punish myself for that long. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what usually happens with the Souls games when you do something like that. All right, this guy. This guy's who we're here to beat down. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm sorry. Why is that an option? Oh, those frame drops. Oh, gosh. Oh, my back. Wow, these frame drops are atrocious in this area specifically. Holy crap. What is that nonsense? Oh, it's so stupid. Crying out loud. Wow. From Software, that is embarrassing. Do better. For the most part, they have been fine. But that is like an unacceptable degree of frame drops when trying to fight a boss. That is definitely not okay. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, poor jellyfish. Jellyfish just took it on the chin. Oh, gosh. Well, what I presume it is that it's like we're fighting right between like the area of the open world over here and then that starting area where we came through, and it just keeps loading between the two. Oh no, I killed the jellyfish. And I mean, that is, of course, an explanation and not an excuse, because what the hell? That's bad performance. Like, real bad. Oh, that was close. Ah! Oh no! Wow, he got that shield up just in time. Oh no. Not when I'm this close. There we go. That's just rude. I know. I was really nearly very frustrating, but it wasn't. We dealt with... Yeah, it's this... It's moving from there to here, right? So it's like... This way, it starts to optimistically load the area under this church, chapel, whatever. And then we start going this way, and it starts optimistically loading. Why is this so bright? Huh. Oh. Interesting. And it starts loading that area, and it just really makes a mess of things. Man, there is a lot of places going on here. Lakeside Crystal Cave. Did I do this cave, or did I just... find it and then leave? I don't know. Let's go check. We're just tying up loose ends that I left behind here. No, we found this one and then I died repeatedly. That's what happened. Oh, toast. Now my weapon does much more damage, so we might be in better shape. That's not gonna... Hefty beast bone. Whoa. What is that disgusting sort of individual? See a chest over there, though. Oh, no. Oh! Oh! Get up! Get up! Get up! What the heck? Just gonna lay there, apparently, forever. Ah, shoot. I hate that that's in my spell list right now. I was kind of hoping to take this guy out too, but I didn't. Oh, there are two of you. Wasn't there one more? Thought there was. No, this. Dang it. Ooh. He's trying real hard there to get at me. Ouch. What? Oh, silver fireflies. Budding cave moss. Spear talisman. It says counterattacks unique to thrusting weapons. So what, is this all that was in here? Seems like it might be. And unless there's a way to get down. Oh, there might be a way to get down. Oh, there's a way to get down. Okay. I should go possibly level. I think I have enough souls to do so. Do. Let's see. Let's bump up. Wait, why is that such a big jump? 6 FP? Like, way more than it's been getting previously. I'll get back to that. Oh, I forgot you guys all come back to life. I forgot. Hey, yo. We're all right. Is that a snail? It is a snail. A wild crystal snail. Neat. Ow, stepping on that crystal hurt. Okay. Crystal cave moss. Huh. That's a lot of ya. Whoa! Chill, bro. Chill! Ayo! We all good? Alright, was there another path up here that I skipped over? Kinda looked suspicious. Excuse me. I could hypothetically drop down still? No. Okay, so we just got the one path. Try target lock. Oh. Okay, so there's something down there. How do I get down there? Oh, like this. Over here. Up. Ooh, soft cotton. Now you can make a pillow. Smithing stones. Lump of flesh. Far less appealing. This looks like be wary of. Yeah, huh? That's kind of what I thought. Whoa. Okay. Chill. Chill, bro. Oh, you are suddenly really close to me. No. Yo. Nope. Hoya! Okay. Not good. Not good. Ay, 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 ay. This is my worst nightmare! No. Golly, that sucked. That's like literally a mage's worst fight right there. Jeez. Where he just gets to teleport next to you. The shield does nothing because he's just applying bleed. Then he phases in and out of reality, so he doesn't even take the hits. Oh, this is just a nightmare. Howie. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh boy. Ow. Hey, 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 hey. This fight's awful. Where are my souls? They're way the freak over here. That's the first order of business. Oh, jeez. That's not the spell I want. Neither is that. Yeah, thanks for that. I just gotta take that spell off because I unintentionally use it all the dang time and it just gets me killed. I hate that guy. Oh boy. Take that crap off. You're just screwing me over right now. Wait, was there another spell in there? Oh no, it was the incantation I can't use. Nope, don't mind me. We're just running past. There we go. That's how we do it. Is there a higher one? No, I guess that's it. I mean, I could actually just run past these guys. Oh, good. Oh, jeez. Ah! Shoot. Oh, he sucks so bad. I hate you so much. No! 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 I hate this guy so much. So many shots fired that just don't land because he's just all over the place. So you can actually just literally run past all of the enemies on my way there. I think I might be able to. These guys are just literally sleeping. Turns out I can just wander my way down here. No conflict necessary. Up. Oh. Ah, for crying out loud. Oh, Jesus. My timing was off by, like, just a little bit on every single one of those attacks. I just freaking screwed it up royally. That's very irritating. That's not the button I hit. Damn it. Oh, I should have turned my torch on. I need to check if I can actually have my jellyfish, because, oh, the jellyfish would really make that a lot easier. Even a little bit of a distraction would go a long way. I can. Jellyfish, go! Jellyfish, go! Turns out he still sucks. How? Oh, that's so irritating. It just happens to, like, sneak by his arm. Got him. Whew. There we go. Cerulean Amber Medallion. That sounds like a thing that I would like very much. Probably raises maximum FP. It sure does. By 7. That's not a huge number. I'll take it, though. Jeez. That was freaking gnarly. Behold bliss. Didn't expect we Don't you be an ass. Oh, it's outside. Well then. Didn't expect that. Slumbering Wolf's Shack. A rune arc. Anything up here? Am I just doing this in vain? Whoop. Probably in vain. Old Waterside. Yup. What is the point of this? Is this just a camp and that's it? Oh, there's a guy here. Guy? Gal?
Fell tarnished.
I didn't see you at all.
What do you want? I told the all-hearing brute that I possess no such medallion. Or have you come to take more from me? Was my other half not enough? I told the all-hearing brute already that I possess.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Or have you come to take more from me? Was my other half not enough?
What?
I told the all that I
Nope,
possess.
you're just gonna
no
say
such
that, huh? I don't. Okay. Not how conversations work. Not useful. Alright, well that seems like that's all that's down here. How much? Not there. 7,000? I'm close to a level. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so we've done this. Haven't done any of these ever jails. Cleared that guy. Oh, there is a boss on this bridge up. No, this bridge. There's a boss on this bridge that has not been dealt with. There's the third church that we got. It's a horrible fight here. I mean, I guess we could continue up north. There's quite a bit happening up there. Also this way. There is also to the south, which is kind of an entirely different endeavor, but I just crossed that just to see what was there. And there's stuff happening down there as well. Let's continue up here. Uh, 7,000, is that enough to level? I don't think it is, but it should be close. We need 86, so we need 1,600, yep. And of these, we have... This one is 1,600, exactly. Or I could just use 8 of these. These we have clearly the most of. I'll just use 8 of these. I think maybe we do the mind one because it's a nice chunk of FP. Yeah, long term we want to get dexterity to at least 17, I think. Also speeds up casting, so there's no harm in doing that. Probably need a little more vigor. Oh, the frame rate. Oh, the frame rate is bad. Alright, so how did we get around? Oh no, we actually want to be down here. We want to be down there. Alright, so this time we'll just go past the well, I suppose. Find out what's further north. What is that? Oh, we got a camp over here. Is that like a fire blob slime? Sure is. Oh, he's gonna glow. No, he's not. Ooh, smoldering butterflies. Nice. Whoa! What the heck is that? Don't do that. We don't like that. Briars of Sin. Is that a spell? Sure is, and you guessed it. It's another friggin' faith spell. Dang, that's so close to just killing him in 2 hits. Okay, lock on. Thank you. Wait. There we go. Flame cleanse me. Thanks for the more incantations. Why? Why are they so plentiful? What the heck is that? Oh, that's the thing they warned me about and told me to use the... Okay. Have to freaking, like, jump on it from above. Ow. Ah, yeah. Okay, the back does more damage. Oh! This thing is wild. Nobody invited you. Gosh dang it. You were not invited to the party. Oh, there's like a whole posse. Well, that'll do it. Oh boy. would really like to just finish this guy off, if possible. There we go. Well then, fire blossoms. Sure, there's gonna be more of those. Okay, so we're coming up here on the left. Wow, you guys were far flimsier than I had anticipated. Ah! Get out of here. Cut that out. Ow! Whoa! That was a lot of damage. That's not the spell I meant. Yeah, that guy's got way more health. Get out of here, jeez. Do I have to break you too? Yeah, I do. Rough. We do have a grace up here, though. Ta-da! Didn't expect friend. Okay, friend good. We like friends. Oh. It's the Turtle Pope?
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome
Yes.
you to the Church of Vows.
Okay.
I am Miriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place?
Can't say
How
I
it
do.
came to be known as the Church of Vows?
I don't.
Well, that is a shame. But who can blame you? The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Ratagan and Renala of the Full Moon. And so
okay.
our church
Didn't know that was a
holds in
thing.
view the monuments of both houses, the Erd Tree of the capital and the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Oh, was there something you needed?
I mean,
You are free to show yourself around.
got
I
anything
would
cool?
serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you. Unless, perhaps, you are in search of instruction. In
Magical?
which case, I will share all that I know.
I don't suppose you have magical instruction. You do? Oh, that we've got something to work with. Create sigils that forms a projectile glint blade after delay. These are very, very expensive.
Do you possess any celestial dew?
I do.
Then I would like to share my knowledge with you. Concerning the miracle of this Church of Vows, Ratagan once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The order of the Erd Tree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven. This miracle blesses the Church to this day, and so you need only follow Ratagan's example to restore any bond, however strained or severed, to its rightful state of harmony. To
What does that mean?
the miracle, kneel in the basin at the back and cleanse yourself with celestial dew. Absolution will be yours. Any bond, no matter how strained or even severed, will be put to rights.
Do I have an issue with that? Well, I realize that the game is kind of soft. I will turn it up slightly. Where is master volume?
Is there something?
Okay, I have rolls. I mean, I should, right? Is there somebody else I should save these for?
Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world.
I mean, as
It is
long as
but
I
a
can learn it, I guess I don't care who it's from.
All things can be conjoined. Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined.
Alright, what do we got now? Swift Glintstone Shard. Great Glintstone Shard. Magic Glintblade. Glintblade Phalanx. Carrion Slicer. Carrion Greatsword. Purchase. Purchase. Can I sell? I can't.
My faith does not waver. The miracle rooted in these grounds will once again mend the world. And this time, its bounty will not be squandered. If you would be Elden Lord, tarnished, I hope that you too will share my faith.
Alright, let's use some more of these. Use one of those. 1600. And then 10. Another 2,000, right? Yeah.
Is there some?
What does that get us? This one is like in K, which is very expensive. 4,000. If you get both of these. Maybe come back for the rest.
You wish to know more of Lord Ratagan? Lord Ratagan was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Renala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Ratagan left Renala to return to the Erd Tree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord.
The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Ratagan would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Who knows?
You wish to know more of Lady Renala?
Sure.
She is queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Rea Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Ratagan left her, and then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library.
What do we got? Gold sewing needle and a gold tailoring tools. What is this? It's not here in the crafting. Okay, so what does the inventory say? Be key items, right? Gold sewing kit allows demigod garb alteration at sites of grace. Special sewing needle for demigod attire. Allows me to atone. I don't think I need to do that, though. Okay, time for some experimentation. The glintstone... let's see. Swift glintstone shard, glintstone pebble, and great glintstone shard. Let's do a little bit of experimentation as to the damage difference in these. We need a target. We have some unsuspecting idiots up here. Okay, so that's 166. 125 when they're paying attention. Okay, so that's 237. 340. Move slower. $237 to 340. That's almost 50% more damage. 40, because that's just 100 up, which is like 40% more damage, I should say. Need a sturdier target. That's going to take more than one hit. Where's this guy? Can you come back? Yeah. You're sturdy. So that's 104. It's 160. It's 225. So it's approximately 100, 160, 225. Now let's get back to the camp. Okay, so let's look at these spells. So what are the costs? We have 5, 7, and then 12. So 5 to 7. So this is 100 to then 160, which is a 60% damage increase at a 40% cost increase. So the Swift Glintstone Shard is really not worth it, except it's quick. Not efficient. The Great Glintstone Shard, on the other hand, is 160 to 225. That's 65 increase. So yeah, it's about 40% increase at a 60% cost increase. So the Glintstone Pebble is actually the most mana efficient for damage, but the Great Glintstone Shard, of course, gets the job done faster, which certainly has its value. Then we have this Phalanx Slicer. It's a defensive arch of magic glint blades. And the Carrion Slicer. Alright, let's give those a try. Oh, those follow me. And do not do very much damage. Yeah, those do not do very much damage. Slicer does pretty good damage for very cheap. Oh, doesn't really stagger much. And it's not that much more than just having a backup sword. Oh, ow. That would be if we were going, like, absolutely pure mage, which is not really that effective because of the whole limited mana and having to use more potions to restore it. Okay, so I guess we bring the Pebble, we bring the Great Glintstone, and we bring the Arc. For now. The delay one from there might be good, but I need to be able to afford those. Okay, so what else we got? It's time to continue exploring further north. These messages just out in the middle of nowhere say. Be wary of sniper. Okay. That's a message I didn't know I needed to be concerned about. Be wary of sniper. Where? And then sniper of sniper. See that guy? Lots of guys. I hear loud noises. Okay. Surprise. Where was that? Okay, yeah, that's where it is. That is a sizable bolt just chilling in my chest. Is there a way that we can maybe get behind that guy? Oops, that's still not the right button. Yep, nobody is surprised. Boy, I sure do like that spell. Oh, shoot. I forgot. I gotta finish him off. Alright, well, that wasn't too bad. What materials? Oh. Oh, that's what's making all the noise. It's a walking tower? Try jumping. Oh! Yeah, okay. Well, we found him. Also a Grace down there. Are there two? There are two. Come on, give me a way down. Rude. Apparently no way down. Yeah, farm them for those flask charges. Super effective. Okay, so we have some pretty wild snipers that I guess I'm just gonna have to run in there and avoid. Very serpentine on the horse. Maybe try to get to the right where I can get behind him. Oh, good night. I have gone tearing off into just the mysterious forest at this point. That's a very large bear. Oh, this is the other path up. Ow! What the heck? That guy's got a bow. Old Palace Ruins. Not to be confused with the Old Palace Ruins. These are the Old Palace Ruins. No item ahead. Very large bear. Just bypass that. Hey, jellyfish. So many jellyfish. Hi? Oh. No, he's upset. Ah, can we stop having guys that just phase in and out of reality, please? That really makes my life difficult. All right. Okay. We can get some opportunities in there. Ay-yo. I'm sorry. How did you do that so fast? Okay, we got it. Everything is fine. No problem. A lot of freaking bloodstains. Must have been several people who tried to bypass that fight and just got stabbed in the back. Old catacombs. Nope, not even remotely close. Ah, you guys. Wow, you guys are healthy. Yep, we gotta get the extra smack in to kill him. Unsurprising. Oh! Hey, bro. Okay. How did none of that count as killing that guy? It wouldn't have mattered anyway, because I ended up dead, but I'm still annoyed. Had to freaking try to kill him, and it just wouldn't work. Get out of here. Okay. Get out of here. Wait. Why? That didn't count? Why? Why won't they die? What does it take to kill them? Do I just not have the right tool for this job? Do I have to get something to freaking coat the weapon or something to actually kill these guys? Because they don't care. They don't care that I'm killing them while they're down. That worked on all the other ones. Yeah, they're just coming back. I do not want to be here anymore. I do not think that. Oh, and you're friggin' back. Can I just leave, please? Can I just leave? Would like to leave. I guess I could just ride out, actually. Later. Alright, well, I'm over here now. But also, I don't really know how to get around those archers, because they're real tough. They're like up there, right? So we gotta dash. Maybe they haven't seen me, actually. Whoa! What the heck? Alright, we just want to get on the other side of this horrible pass. That's what we want. That's pretty wild. Wait, is there another one up here? There is! Are these enemies? Am I supposed to fight these? I just want a sight of grace. I don't want to play with that right now. There we go. Oh, smithing stone. Well then. Whoops. Did it again. Those are the snipers right there. I don't have to fight them. I don't really want to. I just need Sight of Grace so that I can come back here later without having to pass those snipers. Okay, what about down here? This looks promising. Wolves. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Oh, there's another one. We're good. We're good. Ringing of a bell. Please, please, just give me a sight of grace to get back here easier. That must be the academy. Oh, crap! That's exactly what I did not want to happen. I didn't even get that item off that guy. How is that possible? Freaking picked up 2 things of crap and not the item. Alright, we can do that again. That was relatively straightforward. Those bears are no joke. Alright, we just stick to this wall. We'll be good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Okay, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay. Oh, this is the fast way to get here, I guess. Alright, we got it. And we got the souls. We're out of here. We are friggin' out of here. Ah, I can't help but notice this is not a path out of here. Bad news! Bad news! Ah! No, 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 no. This is back up where we were. Okay, maybe this. That's not it. That's not the way down. Please stop chasing me. Whew. Ah. Alright, I think he gave up. It would seem he gave up. Okay, but seriously, how do I get the freak down here? Is it over here? Do I have to go up and then drop? This place is very confusing. That was a little precarious. Okay, let's try that, I guess. There's those walls. Am I able to get up there from here? I don't think so. Man, what? Yeah, this all makes sense. I just need a way. Oh, I bet that passes through, maybe? Just don't seem to have a way up. I want to go either up or I want to go down. I just don't want to be stuck here. And that seems like where we are at. and try to hit this guy like once. Okay. That's not an enemy that you can deal with. I mean, can I like... Can I jump on this one's back? There's a divine... Or, not a divine... Grace. Sight of grace. Okay, we found one. We found one. It feels precarious, but we got it. Ugh. You're very not going the direction that these arrows are pointing. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I just can't get there from here right now. Maybe I need to go back down here and explore more into the water. All right, let's follow this line. That should point me to the next site of grace. Let's follow that. See where it lands us. Gross. What is going on there? Ow. That looks like a viable place for there to be a site of grace. Yes, it is. I knew it. And touch that grace. All right. Now we're maybe getting somewhere. How many sanctuary stones? Don't think I have ever used a sanctuary stone for something, so I don't know how useful it is, but we're just stocking up. Oh, right. That's why I gave up. The lobster murder. Alright, let's see if we can avoid these lobsters, eh? I was apparently on the right track before. This is so big. Yeah, should be... I see light. Alright, we're mapping out the place. Ever so slightly. Alright, so now it's that way. Okay, Academy Gate Town. That seems useful. Full of weird stuff. Bitty crabs. This feels like a place where a map fragment would be. I feel like I could find one of those here. Ow. Oh, it's fine. He just hit the horse. Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, I did find that one. Okay. That's right. There's those weird floating guys. Yeah, there's a lot out here to explore. And I have not gotten to it. We'll have to come back. Right now we're on a mission to find the next major area we need to be in. And preferably a map. This seems like where they would hide that map. Kind of leave it in semi-populated areas, typically, as far as I've observed. Murder flower. No, we don't like that. Gotta be... Oh, yep. Like, that's gotta be a tri-finger butthole. Not quite, but close. You don't look like a villain.
No, Lanya.
Oh, you're from the
Me, Dialos.
town.
Answer me, would you?
Hello, friend. Tell me if you know, would you? The whereabouts of the hidden house of those despicable fiends. The recusants who hunt their fellow tarnished. They laid hands upon my servant Lanya, and I refuse to let the insult stand. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. I, Dialos, swear to deliver the message.
All right.
They laid hands upon my servant Lanya, and I refuse
Right.
to let the insult.
You said that. Yep.
I,
Okay.
Dial.
Well, good luck. I'm sure I'll see you again. Oh, it's so good. We got a couple buildings intact over here. If only I had just a little more int and it was killing them in those 2 shots. That would be so much more efficient. Hey, nice cartwheels, bro. You get style point. Ah! Well, it's apparently not all for show. Oh, okay. That's enough. Those windows are not open. Cut that out. I don't know what that is, but I don't want it. Ow. Nice. That's blast back. Yeah, here we go. That's pretty well appraised. Okay, the question becomes, is simply opening it enough to set off the trap? Or do I actually have to get caught in it? Can I open and then just, like, bail real hard? Ugh! Alright, it's fine. Not trapped. Flintstone Craftsman Cookbook. We'll say that one would have made sense to be trapped. Hey, Argent. How's it going? Don't you somersault over me. Albinaric blood clot. Okay. I guess these must be albinarics by name. Switch, switch. Thank you. Wow. It's just too short. There we go. I really still feel like the map fragment's got to be hidden here somewhere. Well, I guess there is more of the town over here. Hey, a golden seed. Very nice. Happy to see that. What do we have here? Clearly we've got one of these statues. Stakes? I think they call them. That's a light checkpoint. Apparently they're expecting me to die. Got a big boy crab. Nope. Yikes. Oh, I'm out. There we go. Stone 2. That's good. We need more of those. Disgusting gas pods. We don't need more of those. And then we just have, like, real soldiers suddenly. Oh, well, suddenly I guess we're actually up to the academy. Alright, so that's the seal, which we need a glintstone key of some kind to get through. Ooh, a chest. Oop. Sword key. Thank you very much. No, thank you, undead. Well, there's a lot of undead over here. Jeez. Just keep cropping up. That's not actually what I meant to do. Wrong side, wrong side. What am I hearing? I hear shiny sounds. Oh, it's one of these guys. Gotcha. Yeah, right, Nimroot. It's always that damn Nimroot. Alright, I think I have essentially... Yeah, tinnitus root. I think I've cleared this whole area. I really expected to find the map here, but the place is so complicated. It's hard to say that I didn't just miss it somewhere. Okay, so let's see what is over this way. If I don't take the clear path up. And instead go under. What do we have over here? A giant angry bear. You don't like those. Hey, like an actual graveyard with mausoleums. These guys are great because they always have these golden runes laying around. What's less great is that it's full of horrible plant monsters. Could you stop? Uh-oh. 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 Yeah. Don't want the poison. Wow, you are a sturdy plant. Alright, there's just that one left. Okay, thanks, bye. Yeah. Oh no, there's more. Oh, no, I want it in there. Smithing stones. We take those. All right, let's see if we can't find another site of grace. Oh, sunflowers. How pleasant. Well, that's a lot less pleasant. That looks far more desolate. Good god raids, though. The Temple Quarter. Take that. I don't know what it was, but I missed it. I think I hit a message instead. Oh, that looks particularly fleshy. Hey, another warrior's cookbook. Hey, ho, hey. Okay, okay. Oh, what is? I don't like the fact that that's still red. Ow! Oh, ow. Owie. Hello. Who the heck are you? Oh, it's you again.
You claimed a great room and had your audience with the two fingers at the round table hold.
You sure know a lot.
What was your impression?
Friggin' weird is my impression. They didn't seem right.
Aha. Your intuition serves you well. My doubts had been piling up, you see. The words of the two fingers cannot be trusted. Truly, naught but rambling, senile delusions. I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed. Even worse, the fingers harbor no love for our kind. That's the part that irks the most.
Uh-huh. I'll take your word for it. What are you doing here, though?
I have a gift for you. Something fit only for the wise.
Yeah, now we're talking. Oh. Thanks, I guess.
A means for circumventing the draw of the two fingers. Give it a try, won't you? And if it please you, may we meet again. I've high hopes for you, my lambkin.
Don't call me that. That's weird. Ah, there it is. That's the invasion tool.
Be sure to try that finger I gave you.
No, I'm good.
There's no reason to dither. The tarnished were spurned by grace, forsaken by the two fingers. And now they ask you to mend their crumbling world? Your loyalties are misplaced with them.
You say so. Oh. Tough luck, bro. So many blood roses. Surprise! You know, those mushrooms glow a lot, making them seem a lot more exciting than they are. You know, really eye-catching. Oh, look, more flower idiots. Man, where are the freaking sites of grace? It's way out here. There's no quick way back. I haven't stacked up too many souls, at least. Nothing out here is worth a huge amount. Not really the way I want to be going. Here's Sparkly again. Probably one of those scarabs. What's going on over there? That feels like it should hurt. I guess it's okay. Is it? Would this poison me if I wasn't on the horse? Am I putting myself in a very awkward position by being out here? Okay, hi crab. Wow, a lot of these Trina lilies. Well, thank you. I can't believe how much ground I've covered and found absolutely no sites of grace. I've seen so much, and I have no quick way of getting back here. Please, I need a checkpoint. Nice. Ash of War, Vow of the Indomitable. Alright, well, we can apparently just cross that disgusting swamp and it's fine. And now we're somehow back on the map. This is ridiculous. Oh, I hear something coming at me. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I heard you. Yeah, it seems so weird that this is all just like empty space. There's gotta be something out here. Well, there are several sleeping murder lobsters. Can we just walk in there into the middle? I feel like you're hiding something. You were. It wasn't that exciting, but I did get it. And off we go. Serpentine, serpentine. Oh, is this one that I don't have? It is one. Okay. Lost Grace. Alright, so we found something. Fallen ruins of the lake. It makes me feel a little better. Not exactly a whole lot going on here, but at least we can get back. I would kind of like to find one on the north side of the academy. I guess it's not quite the north side. I guess it's the west side that I can go under. Yeah, exactly. Something to show that I was here and that I can like get back here and do more in-depth exploration. Because I know there's stuff I've got to be missing out here. Okay, so this is back at the Temple Quarter. Alright, let's at least try to find... The Temple Quarter has got to have a site of grace. Like, there's no way it doesn't. So let's see if we can't find one. Oh. Ow. Wow, that somersault does a lot of friggin' damage. You're a sturdy one, aren't you? Oh, we don't want that. That's poison. Excuse me, just passing through. Oh boy. I'm still kind of amazed I haven't come across the actual map fragment. I feel like it should be in these towns somewhere. Well, what have we here? No enemy ahead. Ice Rind Hatchet. Interesting. For the smithing stone. Yikes. Alright, well, maybe we can find a Grace site over here. That would be useful. Hey, look, there's one. Nice. Revenger's Shack. Alright. It's been a really, really long time since I've actually rested at the site, but I don't want to at this point. I've killed so many things that I just like them not coming back. Especially because now that I've found that, I think I will go back to the actual location I think I'm supposed to be going. At the... Wait, is that Grace just hanging out in the water? Oh, well... okay. Just chilling. Out here in the middle of nowhere. Okay, that's the Temple Quarter one that I wanted to find. Easy. Yeah, you can really stretch it when you get the flasks back from killing groups and stuff. And that's exactly what I've been doing. Oh, they're pretty sturdy, although I think he had his shield up as well. Surprise! Yeah, he's got the shield up. Hey! All right, they're not. They're fine. They're not bad. Oh, but that guy's got a freaking cannon. How, where's the back door? Huh? How do we get up there without being shot by a cannon? That's what I want to know. Can we parkour our way up here? Oh, come on. Come on. Huh. What do we use the horse? Can we parkour better? Because we got the double jump. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What up, jerks? Surprise, you douche. Can I actually break these? Hey, where'd that guy come from? Wait. Get out of here. Yeah, not so tough without your cannon. Yeah, right? Freaking Elden horse puts that guy to shame. Behold, crab. Indeed. It is indeed crab. Excuse me, trees. Thank you. Biff. Stabzors. Give me that stuff over there. Time. No, not the message. I don't care about the hole. Give me the remains. Do, 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 do. Oh, really? Hoi! Hoi! No thanks. Sneaky, sneaky. Boink. Stone firefly. Got a lot of those, actually. I don't really know what they're for. Oh, hey, I can just, like, bypass this whole thing. Surely they're not just gonna let me mosey up there, right? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. It's locked. Hey, there's the map. Wait. Not a simple map. What is this? What is this map? What has this done for me? What is this nonsense? Simple map. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Meeting place map. Simple map found on a corpse. Seems to point to a meeting place. A man it came from surely desired one. The sole means of gaining entry into the academy. A glintstone key. Okay. Maybe we have found what we need to get a glintstone key. And that looks like it is out west in all of the water. If only my map didn't look like ass. Oh, is that actually pointing somewhere? Probably into the academy. Oh, that is one of the freaking giant head chariots that breathe fire. We don't like that. Nope, that's rude. Oh, okay. Everything was fine until you started throwing that crap. No, thank you. Oh, we don't want to be here anymore. Yep, because that's going to happen. You know what? Actually, this is a lot easier to deal with in closed spaces like this, where I can just easily get behind him. Out in the open, it was a, oh, hey, hi, how's it going? How are you? Surprise person. Blue-white wooden shield. Just cruising around over there. Oh, you've got friends. All right, let's quickly do some damage. Did he just kill his friend? He did. He lit that guy on fire. Tough break. Friendly fire. Can I hide over here? Does he know I'm here? No, he's going to the last place he thought he saw me. Oh. Hiya! Alright, back around. Slow and steady wins the race. Can I still ride my horse here? Oh wow, I can. That guy's got an anchor. Even better, he was sneaking with an anchor. Now that's funny. There we go. A living... Yeah, exactly. I've gone this long without resting. I'm not gonna throw it all away right now for impatience to kill that guy. The terrain in this game looks so good from a distance. That just looks great. Such a good looking game. If only they could figure out the frame rate dips and not make me annoyed every time the performance throws up. I hear a sparkly. Is he like below? That guy kind of looks weird. I can't lock on to are you appear to be a friendly sort. You live on a table.
You.
Hi.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh,
Okay.
bless you. Oh. Michaela's favor can
Yubi Yubi.
Slaughter.
I can't help but notice that you appear to have... Oh no, that's not too many hands. You're just doing weird stuff with your feet.
But all you need do is snatch it from the big...
You know what? I'm gonna step back, because you're invading my personal space, and it's kind of freaking me out.
Pretty, the poor fool.
I don't understand what she just said to me.
Please.
Something about a big pot, snatching it back, slaughtering, being all for naught. I don't know. That was cryptic as all get out. Assumedly, can't open the door. Yeah, that about sums it up, Argent. That's about right. I don't know what it all means. Oh! Oh ho! That was a near thing. I mean, it wouldn't have killed me, but I spotted that at the last second. Yep, that's a door. You got it. Congratulations. Okay. Now, I guess we're gonna go out and see if we can't find that glintstone key. So specifically, is it way down here in the information? It was. Specifically, we have a big circle with the academy on it. It is to the west of this. There are 2 islands. Islands, quote unquote. Using generously, considering the water is very shallow. And it is on the one to the northeast of the pair. There's the fallen city to the south. I'm not sure how wide that sort of perspective is. Is this the gate town? Is this what they're showing on the south? Is there... There's that. I guess we're looking for a couple islands. I mean, there's an island. This was that Rose Church that we killed that guy. If only my map was not garbage. So there, oh hey, there's one of those little buggers. Let's pop that off. Hey. There we go. Blood Flame Blade. Okay, so they're kind of pointing to the northwest. I don't really know if this feels like the right place, honestly. Okay, so that's... Okay, this can't be the right place, because that is actually, like, directly to the north of us. And it was showing it pretty directly to the west. So we want to go around this way and then head north. That's... Let's see, that's the temple quarter that I have? Yeah, rest at Site of Grace. Okay. So let's keep going. Oh. Flying scarabs? Nice. Glowy flowers. So pretty. I don't know what that horrible thing is. Oh, it's a dragon. We don't like that. Ah, well, I can't help but notice that these appear to be a pair of islands to the west of the... I think that's where it is. I'm pretty sure the dragons got what I want. Hey, bro. Alright, I think it's time to actually rest at this site now. Should have enough for a level. level. Yep, we get some intelligence. I've been neglecting it in favor of other stuff. Although, yeah, mind is now up to, like, 6 per, which is quite significant. Alright, now very quickly I'm going to run to the restroom before I jump this dragon. Be right back. All right. Now let's do this thing. Did I drop from the sky? So weird. Oh yeah, we're gonna touch some dragon. Oh my. Oh boy, that's an alarmingly small number. Oh! Oh, that's an even smaller number than when I was hitting him in the head. Okay. Okay, fighting the dragon may not be the right choice. Can we perhaps sneak behind the dragon? Is that an option? I can't help but notice that that went very badly. There's actually another dragon that I am aware of as well, that I have not fought, but he's very close to the beginning. Yeah, I spent most of the runes. It's easy enough to come back and grab them. The dragon apparently doesn't give any cares about the fact that I'm here, actually. Okay, now it cares a little bit. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I got it. I got it. We got it. Off we go. Bye. Have a good time. All right, he's not exactly fast when he's just oh. You know, I thought that bug had caught it for me and it just kept coming. It's fine. I got what I came for. Man, they are really willing to just fire off a projectile and have it go an incredible distance. They are unconcerned. Like they do not have nearly the same range limitation that I do. Haha, right through I go. way up here. Trial Lucaria Gate, main academy gate. So I guess it just brings me to the main academy gate. I can just go from here. All right. Actually, I think this is probably a good place to end for the night, as it is pretty late. And sleep is probably a good idea. All right. Thanks for coming by, hanging out. It was a good time as always. Made some good progress. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, obviously, I'll get the schedule out soon, but won't be streaming again until Thursday. I do think I'm going to have a collab coming up next week, though, with Stella and Mocha, so that'll be a fun time. I think probably Thursday, as I think everybody has already said that they can make it, but I'll put that on the schedule. That'll be a good time. Look forward to that. Other than that, I will see you later. Bye.